Dang, I've been talking this whole time and my mic has been off. That sucks. Alrighty, so just realized my mic has been off this entire time I've been streaming. Luckily, it's only been for about like 20 minutes, but I was talking about how much I really enjoyed that time I got reincarnated as a slime, also known as Tinshura. It's a really dope show. I've seen it probably 8 to 10 times in its entirety. That's how much I like it. I think I've seen it that many times because I'm usually like putting people onto it. I've watched it, I've replayed it on my own as well, but a number of times have probably come from me putting people onto it just because it's such a great show. I really like how the beginning starts where Rimru's in the cave and he's training and getting all of the... So Rimru's the main character. He's a slime. Satoru Mikami, I believe was his name when he was a human. So he was walking on the street with his friends and they came across like this guy who was just randomly running in the street with a knife. Not sure where he was going with the knife, but maybe, I don't know, maybe it was a setup. Maybe they don't ever really explain why the guy was like running in the street with a knife, but Satoru ends up getting stabbed with it and dies from like blood loss. As he's dying, he starts making all these comments, and the reincarnation system starts processing it as like requests for his abilities, because in a lot of reincarnation shows, I guess the main character is going to be bestowed with new powers. So as Rimru's becoming Rimuru, he starts complaining about the temperature of his body, and so he ends up getting like thermal fluctuation resistance. I think he said it was like cold at one point, so he got like a cold resistant form, and so he got like heat resistance. He also complained about being stabbed to death, and so he got stabbing resistance, which is interesting. But it's interesting because I don't know that stabbing resistance ever comes up in the show for him, because it's not often anyone's coming at him with a knife. It's usually like a blade or like magic that he's defending himself against, which I guess if he got stabbed, then it would kick in. But yeah, as he's in the cave, he starts exploring and getting used to his new abilities. I think the first one he got was water propulsion, and then water blade came after that. And so water blade ends up being one of his more OP skills in the beginning. He uses it to decapitate a lot of the enemies that he has. And then while in the cave training, he comes across this dragon called Vildora, who's one of the... Oof. You know, as many times as I've seen this show, you would think I know how many of the true dragons there are. I want to say 3 to 4 true dragons. Vildora is one of them. He's the storm dragon. So Rimuru comes across Vildora, the storm dragon, and that's when he learns how to use magic sense, which is something that allows him to be able to see, because I guess previously he wasn't really able to like see, or maybe it just was he wasn't able to see in color. But yeah, he gets magic sense from Vildora, and also he gets his name from Vildora, Rimuru, Tempest. And in this show, monsters, whenever they get a name, they are bestowed with the one who named them. They're bestowed with some of their magicules, which are like the magicules are like the particles of magic that exist in the world. For mana capabilities, you use magicules to kind of, they're basically like your magical life force. And so since Vildora named him, Rimuru gets like a crap ton of magicules from this like greater dragon, and becomes a slime that is, he was already pretty powerful, but I think being named Vildora is what kicked him into a higher category of slime. They never really name the stages of his evolution. They just kind of skip from being a slime to a demon lord slime, which is okay, I guess, but I wish we got a little bit more information about like what kind of slime he was becoming, because slimes do have evolutions, like greater slimes or big slimes and small slimes and poison slimes and water slimes, fire slimes. It would be kind of cool to know what kind of slime removal was exactly. Um, but he's a good slime. Slurp. um, so after he gets out of the cave, he runs into the goblins who are like, "Oh, there's this like powerful creature walking around out here," and they come across Rimuru, and they're like, "We can tell you're disguising yourself as a slime, oh powerful one," but it's like he's so like baffled and taken aback by it, and he's like, "No, I'm just a slime," and he's like leaking his aura out because he's just so powerful after being in that cave and then being named by Voldora. Um, so he turns magic sense on himself, and that allows him to see how much of his abilities are just like leaking out of his body. And so I think that's when he just sucks it in to kind of stop being like this overwhelming presence to the goblins. And then afterwards, they kind of make a request to him. They were being attacked by these creatures called dire wolves, which, as I was saying earlier, when my mic was cut off, I really like wolves, and so dire wolves are a species of monster that I thought were just like the coolest creatures ever. They can use shadow movement and hop into shadows. They later become the Tempest Wolves, which are kind of like storm-based elements. But anyway, the goblins ask Rimuru to protect them from the dire wolves, and he agrees to do it after they promise to like serve him as like, I think for like the rest of their lives or something like that, or unyielding fealty is what they said. Dang, again, you would think I would know just a little bit more details as many times as I've seen it. Like you would think I have the lines memorized down to a T. I do not. So after the dire wolves show up, Rimuru basically takes down their leader in like no time, strings him up with these thread fetters that he got from a spider in the cave. Dang, not shiny. And then decapitates him with like this water blade that he shoots out from his body after storing up a bunch of water. Although I think after the first time he obtained it, he no longer has to store the water up. I think it just gets converted from magic gills into water. But yeah, decapitates the heck out of this wolf pack leader, and then uses his skill Gluttony, which allows him to take in any sort of attack or creature, and it allows him to... Wait, no. I think his skill is called Predator. There we go. Gluttony was the skill that the Orc Lord had. Rimuru's skill is called Predator. Predator allows him to consume any skill or creature and obtain its attributes. Yeah, Predator allows him to obtain the skills and attributes of whatever he's consuming, which is kind of like an OP skill because he uses it a number of times in the show to obtain new abilities. While he was in the cave, he actually used Predator to consume the dragon so that he could analyze the unlimited imprisonment spell that was trapping the dragon and draining his magic. Jeez, I really wish this Charmander would shine for me so I could play this game. It's not that big of a deal. I've played FireRed before. I just want to start my shiny hunt for the other teammates. Because I've gotten a shiny Charmander like a handful of times and playing other games, but in this game in particular, it's very hard to get a shiny. Odds are 1 in 8,196, I believe. So you can go hours upon days upon months upon maybe even years without seeing a shiny. but people have done it. I was watching the streamer yesterday, and she finally got it around like 5100 or so. Yeah, but back to Rimuru. After he kills the wolf leader's pack, or the pack's wolf leader, he uses his predator skill to consume him and his abilities, and then after he uses predator, he can also use a skill called mimicry, which allows him to basically transform and mimic any creatures he's consumed. And so he uses mimicry to turn into the direwolf's pack leader, and then he uses this skill called, I want to say, menace, which allows him to use a roar and kind of subdue his opponent if they're weaker than him. And so the wolves start like fighting against Menace, and they're like slowly crawling towards Rimuru, and I thought that maybe his skill wasn't working at all. He thought his skill wasn't working at all, but then they just all submit to him and start bowing, and he's like, huh, okay. So the goblins are now happy because they no longer have to fear the dire wolves. And so shortly after that, Rimuru starts to forge a pact with the dire wolves as well, as their new leader, and then he pairs them with the goblins, which I thought was just awesome because you never really see the pairing of different races. So the direwolves got paired with the goblins, and the goblins, after they get named, become hobgoblins, which is just like a higher level speed, or a higher. It's a different race of goblins. They're just maybe a little bit more powerful. They're like the evolved species of a goblin. So they become hobgoblins. The direwolves become, I want to say, Tempest Wolves. So you know Vranga, who's like the new pack leader, or like maybe the beta, because I think Rimuru is considered the alpha technically, and then like Vranga's the beta. Vranga's so adorable. He's such a good boy. Crap. Press B. I switch between playing on my PlayStation and playing on my Switch, so sometimes, and I think as anyone knows, the confirm and the back out button are like swapped on the controllers, and so sometimes I'm thinking I'm pressing the right button when I'm not, and it's like a little frustrating to try to keep it in my head. But yeah, back to Tinchira. Rimuru names the goblins, and then he names the direwolves, and then I believe at that point he passes out because he's just used up so many magic kills. Because he named like a crap ton of creatures. I almost called them animals, monsters. And when he wakes up, he discovers that the goblins have evolved into hobgoblins, and the direwolves have become, I believe, Tempest Wolves is what they became. Ooh, female Charmander. Not shiny though, that sucks. Yeah, so what happens after that? I think after the dire wolves and the goblins get named, next step in the storyline becomes, dang, what happens next? Alright, well that's as much as I can remember at the beginning of the story. Oh, I think after that, that's when he runs into the ogres, Benimaru, Shion, Soe, Hakuro, and then I can't remember the blacksmithing guy. I forget his name, because he doesn't have very many lines in the show, and I actually don't think he even talks, which is probably why I'm having trouble remembering his name. Oh, and Shuna. She's the pink-haired ogre princess. I think that's when he meets them in the... Actually, no. I think he doesn't meet them until after he runs into, what's her name? I'm blanking on it. You know, for this being my favorite show, I'm having a hard time remembering the details. What other shows do I watch? I remember, so like, being a kid is kind of when I first started watching anime. I think one of the first anime I ever saw was Inuyasha, which I'd recently started rewatching. I watched Inuyasha. I watched Bobo. I watched Naruto, One Piece, Dragon Ball. Actually, I think Dragon Ball was actually the first anime I ever saw because I remember my uncle having it on like these orange these orange Dragon Ball colored like VHS tapes, um, which kind of ages me if I'm remembering tapes slightly. It was either Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z. I want to say Dragon Ball because I remember the artwork being a little bit older than Dragon Ball Z. They're about the same because it's still like the 90s. But yeah, so Dragon Ball, Inuyasha, what's another show I can remember? Yu Yu Hakusho. And then after that, it becomes a little bit blurry in the lines of like what I was seeing firsthand. But those are some of the ones that I can remember off the top of my head. As far as my favorites right now, I would say definitely That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime is number one. Number two is a tie between Naruto and Bleach. Number three is Black Clover. I'm super excited for that to come back too. I think it's coming back this year at some point. When, I cannot tell you, but it's supposed to be coming back at some point. Asa and Yuno are just so inspiring. They both inspire me to like never give up on my dreams. Most anime characters do that, but Asa and Yuno do it particularly well. I wonder if I can recall the storyline of Black Clover. So, it starts off with Asta and Yuno being delivered to the church of Hajj Village. Then they grow up a little bit. I think it puts them around like 8 or 9 years old, maybe. I forget how old they were when the story first starts. Asa's of course trying to get Sister Lily to marry him, and she's a sister of the cloth, so she can't marry anyway. But he's also like a child, which would just not fly by well by most standards. They go to Asta and Yuno go to some like village. I can't remember if it was Saucy or someplace else, but they go to deliver some sort. Well, it's Yuno actually who goes to deliver a letter, but then he doesn't come back for a while, and so Asta goes after him. That's when he finds this guy like trying to like steal what we later find out is a magic stone from one of the elf tribes, and so Asa shows his grit and puts up a fight against that guy. And he just doesn't give up even though he doesn't have any magic, and that's kind of like that cements in Yuno's eyes just how great Asa really was. And so from that point on, Yuno decided that he wasn't going to cry anymore and that he was going to be stronger than he was when he was a kid, which, I mean, at that time, he was a kid. I wouldn't put too much pressure on myself at that time, but he had his magic powers. So at some point they age into the time where it's time for them to go get their grimoires, and then they go to the tower to pick up the grimoires, and Asa's like the only one who doesn't get one because he doesn't have any magic. He was born without it. But Yuno gets the 4-leaf clover, which is like in the show there's 3 leaves of the clover. They bestow, I think, love, integrity, hope, and then in the 4th dwells good luck. So Yuno gets the 4-leaf clover grimoire, which is kind of interesting because his father on his elf side also had a 4-leaf clover grimoire, which is pretty like full circle as far as like later on in the story when we figure it out after his possession. Grimoire, his magic power just skyrockets because he gets all these powerful spells like Towering Tornado, Swift White Hawk. What's another spell that he has? I forget. It was that transportation spell that he uses. So then they go home, and Yuno gets accosted by these 2 like bratty rich kids, and they try to like tell him that that they stole the spotlight from him somehow, or that Yuno stole the spotlight from them somehow, or from Salim to Hapshat's. And so they like attack him, and he doesn't even use his grimoire to fight back, and he still like wipes the floor with them. I can't remember if I changed my timer or not. Not my timer, my counter. But then I think chain user FRLG shows up and like seals Yuno's magic and tries to steal his grimoire, knowing that he can't really use other people's grimoires. Like no one can. You can only the user can. But he was gonna like try to sell it for a pretty penny. But then Asa shows up and interrupts FRLG's plans. FRLG measures his. This is kind of the point in the story where we figure out Asa has 0 magic, not just little, because FRLG's chains can detect the magic power of anyone they come in contact with. And so he starts sort of degrading Asta and telling him that he's nothing, that he's worthless. But then Yuno kind of steps in and says that he's his rival and that he believes in him. This is reignites Asta's kind of fighting spirit, and that's when the 5-leaf Clover Grimoire shows up for Asta. And the 5th leaf dwells the devil, is what they say. So he got this grimoire possessed by a devil. And that's when he gets access to this anti-magic sword, which is called the Demon Destroyer, which is really cool. It's this big, great sword that can deflect, cut, and dismantle any magic it comes in contact with. And so he slices at FRLG's chains and then basically like subdues him. What happens after that? After that, I think they decide to start training for the Magic Knight exam. It doesn't get shown until later, but Asa goes and trains in the forest for a bit, and he finds this guy. What was the guy's name? He always like ends up stripping somehow. I can't remember his name, but he's from the Diamond Kingdom. He was one of their top officials. He trains Asta in using sword techniques and sword skills. And then Yuno goes off and trains by himself pretty much, strengthening his wind skills, his wind magic abilities. Then they meet back up at some point and they go travel to. I can't remember where the Magic Knight exams were held. I want to say it's in the capital. But they get there and there's all these like anti-magic birds, which are creatures that will swarm anyone who's got low magic power. And so because Asta has none, they are like attacking this guy with like the entire flock. And people are like laughing at him, thinking that he's like this weak kid, blah blah blah. And so this puts a target on his back by, I believe, Seke Bronzasa, who uses bronze magic. And so the Magic Knight exam starts. It's a 1v1 kind of tournament style. Not tournament style, 1v1 showcasing between all the participants in front of the Magic Knight captains to determine who will be selected as a Magic Knight rookie. So Asa fights Seke, and then I think Yuno fights Salim the Hashabs again. I forget who he fought the first time. Whoever tried to like. Or maybe he doesn't fight Salim the Hashabs. He fights someone with the thunder magic or electric magic. Asa completely wipes the floor with. Actually, they both wipe the floor with their opponents, but Asa, who doesn't have any magic, is even more impressive because he's able to use the Demon Destroyer sword to break through Seke's bronze beetle whatever spell. And then Yuno turns his opponent's attack against him with Towering Tornado. Prior to the 1v1 battles, I think they had to do the broom test, which measures like kind of like your mana control. It's of course so cool. He's flying around just standing on his broom. Asa, of course, doesn't have any magic power, so he doesn't have any magic control. So he wasn't able to fly at all, which kind of put him in hot water. None of the captains wanted him after seeing that. But yeah, even though he did well in his fight, you would have thought at least more than one of them would have been like, hey, this kid's power, even though it's like mysterious, he's obviously not weak. You think they would have volunteered to have him on their slot, but no one did really, except for Yami. Although Yami didn't at first either until Asa started complaining about kind of like not being chosen. But he does get on the Magic Knight squad. He gets on the Black Bulls, which later become like one of the more powerful squads. They're originally considered like the weakest squad in the Clover Kingdom. The Clover Kingdom. They had like negative stars and whatnot. And stars are kind of just like medals of like, or representations of like really good deeds that are done by Magic Knights. So yeah, Asa gets into the Black Bulls. Basically gets offers from every single Magic Knight captain, even Dora the Onsworth, who was like asleep. So I'm not sure how she raised her hand and like was paying attention to any of that, because she was cursing to sleep the whole time until the elf possessed her body and woke her up. But yeah, ends up joining the Golden Dawn. One second, I'm getting a text message. I'm going to read it. Okay. Nothing important. Back to the story. So, joins the Golden Dawn, and he and Asa go their separate ways. Asa goes to the Black Bulls, and that's when he meets the rest of the Black Bulls. As he walks into the Black Bulls hideout, Lug and Magna are like going at it, just destroying the entire place. And then Yami starts yelling and like breaks a wall, telling everybody else to stop breaking things, which is super funny. Vanessa's drinking on the couch. Gray's doing whatever Gray does in the beginning of the show. And then starts Asta's baptism, which is, hold on. I think it was on 61. Let me see. Hold on one sec. Interesting. Well, I just lost count of my resets. It's fine. I'm in the ballpark of 4,000, so I could stop counting if this Charmander would shine. That would be dope. So yeah, they go their separate ways. It's time for Asta's baptism, which is kind of what Magna calls the trial, or like the how do I want to word this? It's like a trial for like newcomers to the Black Bulls, and so he attacks Asta with kind of some spells in his. One sec, I'm getting a phone call. Sorry about that. I had to take a phone call. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Asta's baptism. And so Magna, who is a fire magician, starts just chucking fireballs at Asta, which he's able to, for the most part, dispel with his Demon Destroyer sword. But then Magna shoots this giant fireball at Asta, which he didn't think he could deflect, but he does. He kind of like hits it like a baseball bat, and then it like ricochets back into Magna's like vicinity and like dang near offs him, which is super funny. And then Magna like storms over to Asta, and you think he's gonna like start like trying to beat the crap out of him, but he starts patting him on the back aggressively and just like really impressed with how well he did. And so Asta officially becomes a member of the Black Bulls at that point, and Vanessa makes him a headband with her threat magic, which her magic is so cool because it's like threat magic, but it's also like the threads of fate in a way. So yeah, she makes him his official robe and his headband, which are interesting because it's so tiny, his robe. It's not like most Magic Knights robes. Let's see what happens after the baptism. I think after the baptism is when they get signed to go to Saucy Village for their first mission. But prior to going to Saucy Village, we meet Noelle Silva, who's like a royal in the show. There's like every time she casts a spell, it gets redirected to a different place, because she's just such a sweetheart. She's subconsciously like not wanting to hurt anybody, so anytime she uses an attack-based spell, she doesn't really have control over it. I think she had some control over like other spells, but like her water ball that she would shoot out, which later becomes a Sea Dragon's water ball, just would be misdirected every time. But she goes out into the woods to practice, and then her Sea Dragon's lair activates unconsciously, and she starts drowning in it, and so Asta has to save her, using his anti-magic sword to dispel the water ball, or the water lair. And then she thinks he's going to ridicule her, but he's just impressed by how much magic power she has. And I think that's when she starts to really appreciate him and starts liking him. Shortly after that, I believe, is when they get sent to Saucy Village, Saucy, to deal with the boars. I think they were supposed to go deal with boars, but when they get there, they discover the Eye of the Midnight Sun has covered Saucy Village with a like mist magic, which kind of keeps the citizens from escaping and anyone from getting in. But Asta, having an anti-magic sword, is able to kind of slice through the mist magic disruptor, and he's able to kind of get to the center of the village. While they're there, they discover that the Eye of the Midnight Sun has taken the villagers hostage, and the village leader has been kind of injured severely. And so that's when Asta, Magna, and Noelle step in to protect the villagers. Noelle gets her first like character development here in this time because she learns her first spell, which is Sea Dragon's. It was either cradle or lair. I'm gonna say lair, which kind of puts up a water barrier around her target and protects them from any sort of incoming attack. Although there's an ice mage there who was able to kind of slowly freeze it, but then Asta and Magna are able to stop him with like basically they do a second baptism, and Magna uses his flame scatter shot to basically throw a bunch of fireballs at the enemy. They think the fireballs miss, but they're really going towards Asta to like hit them in the back, which is a pretty smart move on their part. They're able to subdue the Eye of the Midnight Sun momentarily, but they activate some sort of suicide spell. which takes them out of Magna's flame prison spell. So the Midnight Sun was there to get a magic stone similar to the one that's around Yuno's neck, but they weren't able to find it. But the bird Nero found it and took it back to their hideout after pecking Asta in the head with it aggressively. After that, the gang heads home, and they are rewarded a star by Julius, the Wizard King. Ooh, we got a female Charmander. I'm going to name it Belserion. This is what I've been naming the female Charmanders that show up when I accidentally click on it, because Belserion is a dragon from the show that I really like. If anybody can tell me what Belserion is, that would be awesome, because it means you watched the show too. Or not what it is. He's a dragon, yeah, but like what show he's from with dragons. Come on, shiny, 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 not shiny. Oh. Where were we? I kind of forget what Yuno's first mission was that allowed him a star. I think he went with Klaus and Mimosa somewhere, but I can't quite remember what they did. But shortly after that, because they were both starred, they were recommended by Julius to go into a dungeon. This dungeon had a bunch of magic items in it that the Clover Kingdom wanted, and so they went to explore it. While they're there, however, the Diamond Kingdom also shows up and kind of gets in the way. What's his name? I forget the diamond user's name, the one with the diamond and fire magic. Yeah, he and Yuno face off, and Yuno's having like just a little bit of a hard time defending against the diamond magic, but he starts to kind of push past his limits a bit, and it just as he's about to, like, I guess, at least what he says is he was about to do something to overcome the magic. Asa shows up and like uses his anti-magic sword to like defend against the diamond mage's magic. This is after, of course, they went there with Mimosa, Luck. Wait, so the Golden Dawn members were Mimosa, Klaus, and Yuno. The Black Bulls members were Luck, Voltia, Asta, and Noel. Luck is like this. How would I describe Luck? Luck is a fight fiend. He loves fighting. Gotta change my count. He loves fighting pretty much anything that comes across his like vision. But yeah, he goes off after sensing some powerful magic and has to fight this guy, this smoke magic user, who uses some dirty tricks to kind of mess with Luck's senses. But then Noel and Asa show up and help him defeat the guy. And then they go to the kind of like dungeon layers treasure room. And that's when they run into the Golden Dawn and are end up protecting them from the onslaught of the Diamond Mage's attacks. Asa initially does well in taking him down, but he didn't end up like taking him down for good. So when they finally get into the room, after they realize that the door is made of magic, Asa cuts it down with his blade, and they get in there. This is where Yuno finds a scroll. Like, I guess it was an ancient scroll of sorts. I'm not sure, but Yuno finds a scroll, and oh hey, my buddy Mitchell's online. He's playing Pokopia. I have not yet downloaded Pokopia. I plan to in the future once I finish this hunt. So like once I get the Charmander, I'll probably play Once I get the Charmander, I'll probably play Pokopia for a bit. I don't know if I'll stream it though, because I don't want to. For anybody who doesn't get it, I don't want to kind of. Actually, I mean, I guess you could always click off, but yeah, I'm probably gonna play Pokopia after I get the Charmander. We'll see. It's a steep $70, and so I don't know if I want. I just got back from vacations and spent a lot of money, and so I don't know if I want to maybe wait until I get Pokopia and just keep playing FireRed. Not shiny. Changing my count and refreshing. Yeah, so while they're there, finds the scroll that contains the Wind Spirit Sylph. Or not, he finds a Wind Spirit. He ends up naming her Belle. And then also finds the, I want to say, Demon Dweller Sword while he's in the dungeon. I can't remember which one it is exactly, but it's the one that allows him to absorb magic and fire it later. But then the diamond guy comes back from, it looked like he was in the water or something, but he comes back after using his flame recovery ability. Dang, not shiny. And he comes back with a vengeance. He starts using these blades, and he starts to attack the Golden Dawn and the Black Bulls. That's when Asta shows up and tries to protect Noelle after she gets assaulted pretty heavily, and Mimosa's trying to heal her. Somehow he ends up borrowing Noelle's magic to... Dang, what is this guy's name? I can't remember. But yeah, he attacks the Diamond Mages with Noelle's water magic, which works for a while, but not enough. Yuno ends up protecting everybody with the Wind Spirit's magic. She stops time and blows this gentle but devastating blow of wind to the sword and to the Diamond Mage, which takes him out. And then as time restores, he's baffled by how powerful she was. And then she goes into his grimoire, and he's not sure how to access her at first. And he goes to the Wizard King, and the Wizard King looks at the spell in his grimoire and is fascinated by the new writing that he didn't recognize. And then Asa shows him the new sword he got, and the Wizard King, as he's touching it, is just baffled by how much magic power it's draining from him, and gives it back to him, letting him know that Asa's probably the only one that could hold the sword, because it drains magic power from anyone else who isn't holding it. At least as, I don't think it does it in its base form, but as the anti-magic sword that Asta has, I think it does that. Alright, gotta change my count to 4170. Yeah, I think Asa is really an interesting character, despite his obnoxious yelling. But honestly, his yelling kind of grew on me because, I don't know, it's part of his personality, and seeing him overcome all the challenges that he faces as someone without any mana is just, like I said, inspiring. Both him and Yuno are very inspiring. Him more so than Yuno, because Yuno's kind of this royal prodigy. But I mean, it's not that Yuno didn't do a lot of hard work, so that's why I still think he's also inspiring. So back to the storyline. So after I think they also get a star for their efforts in the dungeon, each. I can't remember what exactly happens after that, so I'm going to stop my storytelling there. But I can go into some more of the characters, and so another character is Fuegoleon Vermilion, who is kind of the big brother of the group of the Vermilion siblings. I'm pretty sure he's younger than Marileona, who is my favorite character from the Black Clover series by far. She's so OP. She's this badass fire mage who roughs it in the wilderness and lives and bathes in lava. 4171. Not shiny. Who else? Oh yeah. back to Fuegoleon, who is someone I'm probably gonna name my Charmander after, Fuegoleon, just because it's such a cool name. Actually, I'm gonna do that now and hope that it turns shiny. Probably not, but we'll see. But yeah, Fuegoleon is just like really moral, good guy of the story. Fuegoleon, did I spell that right? Fuegoleon. Close enough. Oh, I just backed out of it. There we go. And then what I'm going to do is, instead of checking it summary, I'm going to walk down here and get accosted by my rival, Mr. RNG, because the RNG is my rival right now. And I'm going to see if my Charmander's shiny when I throw it out. Probably won't be, but it'd be pretty nice if it was. Let's go shiny. Not shiny. Come on. What's my luck? My luck is not doing too well. Reset number 4172. Are you going to be shiny? Back to characters. So Fuegoleon. Who's another character I like from that show? I mentioned Asta, Fuegoleon, Merleona. Yami is also pretty cool. He uses dark magic. And he can create like black holes to like suck in enemies' magic. He can create slashes through space and time. Or is it just space? Dimension slash. So probably just space, not time. 4172, not shiny. Let's check out 4173. Who else is pretty cool? I mentioned Julius Novachrono as well. Honestly, characters whose abilities were also pretty cool, who I'm not particularly fond of, were Longus Vald. He's Finrel's brother, kid brother. They both use spatial magic. I think that's like their family specialty. But Longus can use it offensively, while Finrel mostly uses it defensively. But yeah, he can like slash through the air and create this like dimension slash that can basically disintegrate anything in its path. Oh, hydrating. Are you shiny? You are not shiny. Why won't you shine for me? Other characters. I don't know. I like a lot of the characters. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to name the character and try to recall their magic. So Sister Lily, she uses water magic. I'm not sure what kind of magic the father uses at the church. There's that one kid at the church who uses fire magic. I forget what his name is. But he wants to follow in Asta's footsteps and become a magic knight as well. Noelle uses water magic. Let's start with the Black Bulls. So we got Asta, who uses anti-magic. Noelle uses water magic. Yami uses dark magic. We got Gray, who uses transformation magic / some other kind of magic that's unknown arcane stage. Vanessa, she uses thread magic. I think I mentioned her already, not sure. Finrel is a spatial magic user. We got Magna, who uses fire magic. Luck uses lightning magic. Who else is on the Black Bulls? We later get Zara Adiale, who uses ash magic. Actually, no. I think he uses trap magic, but his attribute is ash. So, yeah, he uses ash magic with attribute. But he uses mostly trap magic spells. And then there's Licked? No, Knocked is the name of the vice captain of the Black Bulls. And then we have the Silver Eagles, they've got a number of members, but Captain's Nozel Silva, and then there's Nebra and Solid, who are also on the team. I don't know if the Silver Eagles have a vice captain, not that we've ever noticed. Maybe mentioned in the manga. And then there's a number of other unnamed members of the Silver Eagles. But those are the three that I'm aware of off the top of my head. And then we've got the Blue Rose Knights, headed by Char, vice captain by Soul. At least I think Soul's the vice captain. I don't know if it's ever explicitly stated whether or not she is. Soul uses Earth Magic. Charlotte uses Briar Magic, which is a type of plant. Nozel from the Silver Eagles, he uses Mercury Magic. Solid and Nebra, his siblings, also use Water Magic, because their dad was like a water mage. Their mom was a steel type attribute mage, which is how Nozel gets Mercury type magic, which is very versatile, because he can use it to attack and defend, which is pretty dope. It would be cool if he could like use Mercury's toxicity to also kind of poison his enemies, but I think that may be stretching it a little bit too much. Who else is there? We got the Praying Mantises, which is headed by Jack. I can't remember if Jack has a last name. Jack the Ripper, maybe is what they call him. He uses Severing Magic. And then there's some unnamed members of the Praying Mantises, but we do know about Seke Bronzatsa. He uses Bronze Magic. Yeah. Who else is there? Captain of the Purple Orcas, Gildaire Poisette, I believe is his name. He uses... Oh god, what kind of magic does he use? I forget. Cyclone? I want to say he uses Cyclone magic. His vice captain is the guy, the Ice Mage, who uses... His name was... What was his name? Zara pretended to be him. I forget. And then we have the Floral Peacocks, I believe is what they're called. Headed by Captain Dorothy Unsworth, who uses Dream Magic. She can bring items into and out of her dream world that she primarily exists in to keep herself from falling prey to a curse that she got placed under by a demon, or not a demon, a devil. She's really cool because she can just like take large sums of items and put them into a different reality, including people. Kirsch Vermilion is her vice captain. He uses Cherry Blossom Magic. Who did I fail to mention? So we got the Black Bulls, we got the Silver Eagles, we got the Blue Rose Knights. Oh yeah, the Golden Dawn. How can I forget about them? They've got the most members that are named. So the captain is William Vengeance. He uses World Tree Magic, which allows him to create a number of versatile spells. Not shiny. 1478 or 4178. Let's check to see if this one's shiny. This is a grind. Yeah, William Vengeance, World Tree Magic, who is also also housed by an elf spirit called Potry, I believe is his real name. He pretended to be Licked, but his name was really Potry. He used light magic. Vice captain, or former vice captain of the Golden Dawn, was Longrisvald, who uses spatial magic. And then there's also, I forget her name, but she uses compass magic. I forget his name. He uses dice magic, which It's an interesting concept. I would hate my magic power to be tied to like chance. So he rolls his die, and whatever it lands on, depending on the number, the higher the number, the more powerful the spell that he can use. Which is just kind of like, ugh, absolutely not. I don't have to roll a dice to use more powerful magic. Because what if you, with my luck, with the shiny Charmander, I'd be rolling ones all the time. Who else is gonna go to Dawn? Sheeran, I believe is its name. He uses Earth Magic. I'm pretty sure he's like he had so much magic power because he could like create a map of the entire Clover Kingdom. And in order to do that, you have to like send out mana to the area you're mapping. And so being able to send out that much mana means he was pretty strong. But thinking back about it, all of the Golden Dawn members are pretty strong because they got their magic from the elves. Who else? There's that one guy with the stone magic. There's of course with his wind magic. Am I missing anyone? Oh yeah, Klaus with his steel magic. And Mimosa with her plant magic. That's as many as I can remember at the present moment. So Black Bulls, Golden Dawn, Crimson Lion Kings, Purple Orcas, Coral Peacocks, Praying Mantises. I think that's all of the squads from Black Bulls. Not Black Bulls, Black Clover. Phenomenal show. I really like it. The Heart Kingdom was an interesting concept because they don't have as many of the divergences from natural magic. They just have the base elements: fire, wind, water, lightning. And they use a different ranking system. Actually, I think they only use the ranking system. So they call them stages from 0 to 1. The lower the stage, the higher you are, with the highest stage being Arcane Stage. What was her name? Laurel Pechka? Yeah, she was the Heart Kingdom's queen. She was absolutely phenomenal because her vast mana allowed her to monitor her entire kingdom pretty much 24/7. Not shiny. Gotta change my calendar to 4179. Yeah, and she had the water spirit Undine, which I like Undines. They're such cool creatures. So it was interesting that Black Clover put an Undine into the show as one of the greater spirits, which she was already pretty powerful, but once she got Undine from the actually, I'm not sure where Undine was before. I don't know if Undine stays with the Heart Kingdom or if Undine just found her somehow. But yeah, she was able to pretty much monitor her entire kingdom 24/7 with her own mana. She can water the plants, she can provide security, she can redirect any incoming vessels that prevent people from coming in, although that didn't seem to work for the Dark Triad. Alright, 480, 4180. It's another show that I like. Fairy Tail's up on my list of characters that I really like. There's Natsu Dragonhill. He uses Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Really, he uses Dragon Slayer magic in general because he's able to kind of consume other people's attributes somehow and use their abilities. He mostly uses Loxus's Lightning Dragon mode. And then there's Happy. He's a kitty, also known as an Exceed. Really, the only magic he uses is arrow magic, which allows him to sprout wings from his back and fly, so he becomes a flying kitty cat. There's Lucy, Heartfilia. She uses celestial magic, which allows her to summon zodiacs. She summons other creatures from her keys, but her keys are predominantly based off the 12 zodiac signs. So we got Gemini, Capricorn, Aries. Gemini, Capricorn, Aries. Why can't I think of the zodiac signs right now? Gemini, Capricorn, Aries, Leo. Oh wow, I'm completely blanking on these zodiac signs right now. Gemini, Capricorn, Leo, Aries, Cancer. There we go. Aquarius, Scorpio. I think that's the majority of the ones she has, and then there's like the rest were split between two other celestial magic users. Who else? There's Gray, Fullbuster. He uses ice magic. Is it ice magic he uses, or does he call it something? I know it's ice-based attribute. What does he call it? Ice maker magic. And then he later gets his demon slayer magic, ice demon slayer magic. There's a Scarlet who uses, I'm not entirely sure what her magic's called, but she can summon weapons from another dimension, weapons and armor. She is the most badass character as far as fairy tale characters go, I think, because she's just so powerful. She doesn't use a number of flashy skills, but she is actually, yeah, she's kind of flashy. Who else? There's the not captain, but the guild master of fairy tale. What's his name? How am I blanking on his name right now? Dryer, Makarov Dryer. Hold on, I think I just messed it up. Where was I at? I was not at 42. I think I was at, let's see. Maybe I was at 41. Yeah, I'll just stick with that. Makarov uses light magic, I believe. Because I know he uses the Fairy Law spell. We got Lox's Dryer, who uses Lightning Dragon Slayer magic. Who else is there? On his team, we've got the guy that uses the dolls. Then we got the other guy who uses curse magic. Not curse magic. What does he call it? Script magic? No. Oh dang, I'm having trouble remembering some of those abilities. There's Gagio, who's maybe I'll just go to the Dragon Slayers. So Dragon Slayer wise, we have Natsu Dragonils, a Fire Dragon Slayer. Gagio, who's a Iron Dragon Slayer. Sting, if I'm remembering correctly, there's Sting and there's the other guy. I think Sting's the Shadow Dragon. He's either the light or Shadow Dragon. Not shiny. 4183. Next check. Ooh, that's not the right number. There we go. 4183. There is God Serena, who has like 12 different Dragon Slayer magics. I can't remember them all at the top of my head. We got that Poison Dragon Slayer guy. It's not Victor. What's his name? I can't remember his name exactly. But Cubelios, I remember Cubelios' name for some reason. Cubelios is like this tiny little poison lizard dragon snake thing that he carries around with him. Not carries around, but that is like his familiar. Provides him with poison that he can eat. So the Dragon Slayers can eat their element and refresh their what do they call it in Fairy Tale? Magic? But yeah, the Dragon Slayers can eat their element to replenish their power, basically. Oh, and there's Wendy. Wendy, does Wendy have a last name? I don't know, but she's a Wind Dragon Slayer. Or Sky Dragon Slayer, I should say. She's mostly a support magic user, but whenever she goes into her dragon mode, she's pretty OP. Did I get all the Dragon Slayers? I think I did. Non-Dragon Slayer characters include Lucy Heartfilia, who's a Celestial Magic user. Levy, she uses script magic, which allows her to write words in various elements and use them to defend or attack. There's that one guy who draws art, I guess picture magic. Oh, back to Black Clover. I totally forgot about the Aqua Deer. Wilbur Mortier, he's the leader of that squad. He uses picture magic, so he can pretty much draw anything he wants and bring it to life. 4185 is next up on our check, since that last one was not shiny. Back to Fairy Tail. There's those two characters that use guns. Forget their names. Off the top of my head, that's as many Fairy Tail members I can remember. Oh wait, I forgot Jalal, also Mystigan. They're kind of like the same person, but not really. Mystigan's the like Aeolus version of Jalal, so Aeolus is like a parallel universe to Earthland. It's got similar characters over there, but they go by different names, and they don't have any magic in Aeolus. Well, they do. They have magic, but it comes from, they siphon it from other planets, or they siphon it from Earthland, and they can only use it through like magic crystals. But yeah, Mystican, who, since he came from Aeolus, he didn't really have any magic power, but he was still super powerful somehow, using these different staffs to summon like 8-layer magic circles and whatnot. But Jalal is actually also really cool. He uses what kind of magic did Jalal use? Star magic? Something like that. His Grand Chariot spell is pretty OP. Oh yeah, I remember Urza learning that. That was so cool when she used it. Let's think. Who else in Fairy Tales? Oh god. I'm gonna have trouble remembering their names, so I'm gonna skip Fairy Tale and go to another show. What's another show I like? I want to say One Piece, which I do very much like One Piece. There's just so many characters. I guess I can start with the Straw Hats. So there's Luffy, who has the gum fruit slash what is it called? The something fruit model Nika, which allows him to turn into the sun god Nika. Then there's Zoro, who doesn't have a devil fruit. He uses three sword style. He's a master of swordsmanship. He wants to be the greatest swordsman in the world. There's Nami, who also does not have a devil fruit. She uses her Climattact, which is like the staff that does various weather-based effects. She's the navigator of the crew. Usopp, who's a sniper, also no devil fruit. Frankie, who's like a cyborg, also no devil fruit. Cyborg in the shipwreck. Shipwright. Shipwreck. Yeah, we do not want any shipwrecks on the boat. Am I forgetting someone? Robin's the archaeologist of the group, which who would think pirates need an archaeologist? But I guess Robin works out pretty well. She has a devil fruit. She's got the flower fruit, I believe is what it's called. Allows her to create flowering body parts, so she can duplicate herself. Sanji, no devil fruit, but he is also like a cyborg, unbeknownst until like recent seasons. Jinbei. Jinbei's a fishman, shark fishman. Well, shark fishman, I think. Uses fishman karate. Then we got Ace, who has the flame fruit, later given to Sabo. That's about as many as I'm going to be able to remember. And there's other characters like Doflamingo, who's got that one devil fruit that allows him to use strings. Of course, there's Law, Trafalgar D. Water Law, my guy, who has the up fruit, which allows him to basically affect his own reality within a certain space. Big Mom, Soul fruit, I think. Also to create and manipulate souls from Alright, 4190. Let's see what we can bring out of this. Not shiny. 4191 up next. I don't know why, but on I have an ultra-wide monitor, and so FireRed's kind of pixelated and stretched out a little bit on it, so it makes it hard to kind of read the text and look at the images. I don't know. Maybe if I remove my capture card and connect it directly to the TV, maybe it'll output a little bit better. It's not like the worst thing in the world, but it's also not like ideal. Hopefully, well, not hopefully, it definitely shows up better on OBS and through my stream. So it's not a problem for anyone watching, thankfully. But for me, since I'm not looking at my monitor, or since I'm looking at my monitor, it's a little bit odd. But back to anime. I love anime so much. If you can't tell, I have a avatar that's kind of based off Naruto, specifically from the Cloud Village. I had someone make it for me because I thought that Omoe's character was really cool, but I didn't want to have like a one-to-one of Omoe. So I removed the symbol from his headband, and then I put in, I gave him locks since I have locks, and I just thought that'd be really cool. You can't see it because the stream's like right in front of him, but he's also got a sword. If you're on Twitch, you could see it because on Twitch it's set up a little bit differently. The vertical stream has him behind the stream, whereas my Twitch stream has him in front of it, kind of transparent a little bit to kind of not entirely block the view, but yeah, it's pretty dope. So if I were a Naruto character, I would probably use lightning style, since that seems to be a focus of the Cloud Village. So I would use lightning style. I would want a second attribute, but that's pretty rare. I think I'd be a pretty average ninja. Oh, we got a female Charmander, so I'm gonna name it and hope that it shines. I'm gonna call it Belsarion, which is a dragon from Fairy Tale, which I was just talking about. Oh no, I'm pressing the B button instead of the A button. Is it gonna shine? I nicknamed you, so I think you should do the courtesy of shining so that we don't have to nickname you later. Right. Shiny? Not shiny. Oh man. Alright. Well, 4192 was a bust. We're gonna check out 4193 next. But yeah, back to my avatar. I had someone make it for me and she did a really good job. So he kind of looks like Omoi, I get that, but he's not Omoi, he is me as an Naruto character, from the Cloud Village specifically. But I didn't put that on my headband because I didn't want to have it be too much of a one-on-one to a Naruto character. So think of me as like not a rogue ninja, just unaffiliated. So I'm gonna have my community based around Shinobi. Maybe I should have put Dami on the headband. That would have been pretty dope. We could be the Dami village. Oh wow, everyone's playing Pokopia today. My friend list. Some people are playing FireRed and Leaf Green, but for the most part, it looks like anyone who's logging on is playing Pokopia. I have not downloaded Pokopia yet. Once I get the Charmander, I'll probably do it then. But I'm having a pretty good time hunting for this Charmander, so I want to complete this hunt before I play any other games. No nickname this time. Are we shiny? We are not shiny. On to 4195. Hey pup. Was that my dog? Was that my poodle? My girl Lilo just came in here. She's looking for patents. Alrighty. Ah, Charmander is in your choice. You should use it patiently. So, Dami, you're claiming the fire Pokemon Charmander? Yes, I am. This Pokemon is really quite energetic. Dami received the Charmander from Professor Oak. Do you want to give a nickname to this Charmander? Nah, not today. Or not this time. Maybe today. Maybe I'll get to Lavender Town today. That would be awesome. Because that means I would have my shiny. My shiny, my shiny, my shiny is not here right now. Maybe today. 4196. Bust. 4197. Almost at 4200. 4200. We will do nothing different. Unless anyone has any suggestions. Charmander, let's shine, buddy. I like how the bookshelves are just repeated. Like, they all look the same. Also, what's that, like, zigzaggy one? That's not a book. Be cool if it was. A zigzaggy book? Or maybe it's 3 books stacked on top of each other. Not shiny. Okay, 41.99. Almost to 4,200. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if I'm actually at 41.99. I lost track at one point. But I'm definitely in the 4,000s for sure. Doesn't really matter to track it, but for my own sanity, I'm trying to see how many I'm at before odds. So we're definitely under odds at the moment. So there's been a ton of people getting in under odds. So I'm hoping I'm one of those people. Just hoping it comes really soon and not like really deep in the under odds. Not like 41,000 or not like 8,100. 48. That would be so sucky. Alright, let's see if you are shiny. You're not shiny. What? Come on. What are we doing? Why aren't you shiny? Alright, on to 4,200. Dami received the Charmander. Do you want to give a nickname to this Charmander? Not right now. Name the rival RG because RG is my rival. Oh yeah, I forgot to do the thing. Let's try it. Come on, throw out that shiny. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, not shiny. Boo. Alright, well, we tried. And we're gonna keep trying. On to 4102, or 4202. This has been a nice chill weekend of shiny hunting. For people watching, can you tell me what you're shiny hunting for and how many resets you're at? If you're hunting. Do you want to give Charmander a nickname? I wonder how many times I'm going to ask me that. Yep, we are at 4,203 resets for this Charmander. Let's see if this is the one. Nope. Oh well, we tried. Gotta keep trying. 4204 up next. For anybody out there watching, can you tell me if you're shiny hunting and how far you are in your reset? But if you're lurking, that's totally cool too. Super fun to lurk. Ooh, another female shiny Charmander. Oh, well, not another shiny, but hopefully shiny. Charmander, are you gonna shine for me this time, buddy? Not shiny. Stuck in Oakjail for 8 days now. Are we getting out today? We'll find out. Still stuck. 4212 is up next. Trying to get this shiny Charmander. It's not shining for me. Alright, check 4213. Female Charmander, not shiny. I'll have to check 4214. Just wanted to see what gender it was. Claiming this Charmander. Claiming shiny Charmander. Let's go. Shiny, shiny, shiny. Oh, not shiny. Alright, 4218 was a bust. Gonna try out 4219. Are we going to shine? Nope, on to 4220. Not shiny. 4222. Let's see if we can get something out of these triple digits. Not shiny. Oh, we got a palindrome. 4224, 4224, backwards and forwards. Hopefully we get something cool out of this palindrome here. Ah, Charmander is your choice. You should raise it patiently. So, Dami, you're training Charmander to fire Pokemon? Yup. This Pokemon is really quite energetic. Dami received the Charmander from Professor Oak. Do you want to give it to Charmander? Sure, why not? RNG received the Squirtle from Professor Oak. Let's go battle. Probably won't be shiny, but just want to see it thrown out shiny if it is. Not shiny. $4224 was not shiny. Now we're on to 4225. Sorry, didn't realize I was clicking in the mic. Changing my bit rate here. 1 second. No Charmander at 42.27. Next up, 42.28. Hoping it's the shiny. Alrighty, let's get this shiny Charmander. Come on. Was that it? Did we just receive it? Let's find out. The boy got his Squirtle. Shiny, not shiny, oh well. We'll keep trying. Patiently waiting for the shiny Charmander. Not shiny. At least the resets are quick, unlike that simulator briefcase. Thanks. 4235. I got your message, Eli. Thanks for testing. Dang it, not shiny. Hey, good Slime Lord. Thanks for the stars. I'm assuming that's for shiny luck. Awesome. Thank you so much. Ah. Let's get this shiny, guys. Thanks for lurking. Much appreciated. We are at 42.38 for this Charmander. Not shiny. Gotta keep going. Not shiny. 42.40. I don't know what's gonna happen at 42.42. Be nice if we get it at 42.42. Or now would be awesome as well. Not shiny. Alright, 42 first. Ha, Charmander is your choice. You should raise it patiently. So, Dami, you're claiming the fire Pokemon Charmander? That I am. Dami received the Charmander from Professor Oak. Do you want to give it a nickname? Sure, why not? We're gonna... Ooh, it's female this time. Okay, so... Let's see what happens. If anyone knows where Bulcerion's from, let me know. That'd be pretty awesome if you could tell me. It's from an anime show. It's the name of a dragon. Not shiny. I almost skipped a number there. Damon Lord Plays, good morning. How are you? I'm doing well. Just trying to get this shiny Charmander. Thank you, Damon Lord. Trying to get this shiny Charmander to show up. Let's see if 4245 is the lucky number. Nope, that sucks. On to 4246. Shiny, 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 shiny. Not shiny. Can only hope for the best and keep trying. Nothing special here, but I'm gonna enter battle and see if I throw out a shiny. Just mix it up a bit. Strange Horticulture. I wonder what game that is. Never heard of that before. Not shiny. $42, $48. Let's go. Even numbers all around. Alrighty, we're almost at 4250. Think we'll be able to make 500 or 5K today? We are on day 8 of hunting for this Charmander. That is 8 more days than I would have liked. Not shiny. We gotta keep going. Working on this shiny. Shiny, 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 shiny. I'm so deep in my bed like a grandma with a peppermint. They say, ooh, she smell good. That's just because she haven't said. Come on, not shiny, dang it. I guess we'll be at 5Ks before long. Hope we don't go that deep, but if we do, then we do. How many hours have we got so far? 70 plus. Kaete, 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 kaete. $42.60. Come on, shiny Charmander, come on home. I'm so deep in my bag like a grandma with a peppermint. They say, ooh, she smell good. That's just because she haven't said. I think that's the right number. Dami received the Charmander from Professor Oak. Do you want to give a nickname to this Charmander? Nah. If I could create shadow clones to hunt for this, that would be awesome. That way I could hunt 24/7. Still waiting on this shiny to shine. Or rather, the Charmander to shine. This could be the one, guys. This could be the one. Tis not. I'm not sure who I'm going to get after Charmander. I'm thinking Pidgey or Caterpie, but I wouldn't keep a Butterfree on my team for long, so I don't think I would do that. Maybe Nidoran. I think I'm going to do Nidoran next. The male Nidoran. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for Nidoran male next. Now I'm so deep in my bag, like a grandma with a peppermint. They shoot, she smell good. That's just 'cause she have a scent. Not shiny. What in the heck? Alright, Charmander, come on. We need you to shine, buddy. Just a little bit. Just a little orange. Just a little golden. Just a little orange to golden. Another female. That's dope. Here's to hoping it comes out shiny. Rival RNG would like to battle. Rival RNG sent out Squirtle. Go, Belsarion. You're not shiny. So now we start you over. Sorry. Can't have normal Pokies on our team. Gotta have a shiny. Yeah, I'm so deep in my bag like a girl with a peppermint. This shit is just not good. That's just what she have said. Shiny? Let's hope and see. Dang it, not shiny. Alright, 4280. Not shiny. Dang it. I was hoping that this would be the one. Well, 4284 up next. There was no particular reason I thought 4283 would be shiny. I was just hoping. So back to what I was thinking about earlier. I am gonna do the Nidoran male next. I really like how blue it is throughout its line. Blue is one of my favorite colors, so we'll do that next. Are we gonna get the shiny this time? Let's find out. I'm so ready. I'm so ready. I'm so ready. It's not gonna be shiny though. Can only dream. Yes, I'm gonna do Nidoran Mill next. After that, I wonder who I should get. Let me look at Cerebi, look at the Pokedex. You could do Abra maybe at the game corner. Oh, I really want Dratini, so I might do Dratini next. Good dragon coverage. Dratini, the Dratini line is my favorite Pokemon line, so definitely gonna have to hunt that. Can be found at the game corner, and it can be found at where can it be found? Safari Zone? Safari Zones 1, 2, and 3, and the center. Oh yeah, I remember doing that as a kid. Come on. Dang it. Alright, maybe 4290 is the lucky one. I'm honestly looking forward to hunting Nidoran next, just because it's a little bit easier. I know I'm going to phase a ton, but at least I can move around instead of being stuck in this office. Or laboratory, I should say. Anybody out there playing Pokopia today? A lot of my friends online are. Alrighty, 4292. Will you produce a shiny? Let's find out. Getting close to 4300. Come on, shiny. Dang it. What is up with my luck? We'll keep trying. We'll get it eventually. I want Pokopia, but I'm broke. That's okay, another of them. I was just curious if anyone was playing it. Are you gonna save up for it? Get it in the future? I haven't purchased it yet. I'm planning to. I want to see how long it takes me to get this Charmander, and then after that I'll go look for it. My vacation ends tomorrow though, so I don't know how much time I'll have to play or shiny hunt, but we'll see. I'll do my best to split my time appropriately. 4297. Will this be the shiny? At 4300, we're gonna go into battle and send it out, see if it comes out shiny that time. That's what I've been doing here lately, is picking random times to go in and enter battle. No, and no particular reason. I just want to change it up a bit every now and then. $42.98. I'll take this one then. Okay, let's see what happens. Wait, Dami, let's check out our Pokemon. Come on, I'll take you on. Rival RNG would like to battle. Sent out Squirtle. Shiny? Dang it, not shiny. Mi amigo is playing FireRed version Vampire. Mi amigo Vampire. Who should I hunt after I go for Nidoran next? I'm gonna do the male Nidoran next. Or maybe I should do another one, because I don't know how well we'll do in Missy's gym. Pika, another of them? How come? Good for Misty. True. The only thing about it though is I think Pikachu is really hard to encounter. So let me see. I don't know what Pikachu's encounter rate is in the Viridian Forest, but I think it's pretty low. So, we'll see. I would like a shiny Pikachu. 4303 was not the shiny. Gonna move on to 4304. But yeah, I really want to do Nidoran next, but I'm just not sure how well that's going to line up with my battle with Misty, unless I get it to use some pretty OP poison stings. Dang, what is my luck today? Or this last 8 days, I should say. Yes, I'm looking at it now. Another of them. Pikachu's encounter rate in the Viridian Forest is 5%. Oh wait, I forgot. Nidorann's a poison type, not a poison ground type, so we could totally use that. It wouldn't help. It wouldn't hurt Misty, or it wouldn't be affected by Misty too much, unless that star mage she has psychic, or any kind of psychic type moves. Does anyone know? Always gotta double check. Well, not always, but I had to that time. I know it'll be really obvious, but my brain tricks itself and it's like, oh, was that shiny? No, it was not shiny. You just want it to be shiny. Come on, shiny Charmander. Dang it. 47-17, or 43-17 is up next. Get me out of Oakdale. Been stuck in this lab for 8 days. Yes, I'm definitely going to be doing Nidoran next. The male Nidoran. Oops, did not mean to go to nickname. We'll nickname it after we get it. Or maybe we'll get lucky and get it during a nickname session. Waiting on this shiny Charmander to show up. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Nope. The only thing about looking for Pikachu is it's got that 5% rate in the grass in the Viridian Forest, which is kind of abysmal. And then the other thing is I'm planning on doing Nidoran. They would both be weak to ground types, so I don't know. Plus Charmander is also going to be weak to ground types, so we'll see. Once it evolves into Charizard, it would have that immunity, so it wouldn't really matter. But I don't know if I want to have two Pokemon that are weak to ground type on my team. We'll see. Come on, Charmander, shine for me. Dang it. Pokemon FireRed version. I don't know why, but when people say Pokemon instead of Pokemon, it kind of gets my ear going. It's like a little twinge to my ear. Because I feel like the accent's there for a reason. It doesn't really matter though. We know what you're talking about when you say it. I'm so ready. Waiting on this shiny. Come on, Charmander. Give me a little shine. That's all I asked for. It's just a shiny. Nothing I'm asking for too much. Four, 3, 3, 3. Right before 4, 3, 3, 4, the palindrome. So let's see if we get a shiny on these lucky numbers. Or I guess they're not lucky, but what would I call these? I don't know. Choice numbers, I suppose. Shiny at 4343. Okay, another. Let's hope so. Another says shiny at 4343. We're not far away from that. I'd be awesome if I could get it before then, too. Yo, my fingers were pressed to reset. Oh gosh, that was scary. Wouldn't have done anything, but never know. Alright, another of them. 43-43. Here we are. Not shiny. I don't know how you're doing this. Well, good Slime Lord. Really want that shiny Charmander, so. Hey, thanks, good Slime Lord. Set a timer for 19 minutes. All right, 4356. Let's see if this is a lucky number for us. Not shiny. Oh well. Let me try. How did I do that? I wonder if that shifts out the Pokemon when you press out of it, or if it's just here when they load. 'Sure wish this Charmander would shine for us. $43.68. Let's go. It's time for a shiny at this point. I know it's under odds, but I'm ready for it. Shiny? Not shiny. That sucks. Sorry about that. Went to go grab something to drink. Nope, we don't want a nickname. That was an accident. Is it gonna be shiny this time? Let's hope so. Dang, not shiny. Well, 4380. Moving on to the next. I just named it. Ah! That's how I feel right now. Today is gonna be the day. I can feel it. I can feel it. I'm gonna get the shiny today. We have to. Otherwise, what are we doing? What are we doing, Luck? Let's go, shiny. Oh, come on.